There's a house there on the hill that's got, it looks like one house almost untouched there, but to the left, another structure completely demolished, completely leveled. It looked like it had some vehicles in it. Yeah, a boat. Oh my goodness. And then the path of damage to trees and structures. I know there are some windmills up ahead, but I think out in this area where it's a little more rural, it's more trees and power lines. We got some power lines right there in our shot that you can see that are kind of blown down. See those power lines to the right, Francisco? Right in there. Those power lines are down. It could have, the winds did it. Debris, could have been could have helped in it. But let's put the camera right off the nose and I'm just going to fly right down the path of the tornado. Sulfur took a direct hit. The tornado went right down the middle of town. So just look, let's see, where are you? Yeah, look straight up ahead, up and to the right. So that is the path of the tornado. You see right there in the top middle, that's downtown Sulfur. So you can see all the damage from the bottom of your screen to the top of your screen as we fly along this damage path. This is a visual that you can only get from the air. It's a visual you can only get from from Sky 5. And to the right and left, away from the main damage path, there's still a lot of wind damage. So I'm seeing some roofs that were kind of peeled back, but as we get into town, for instance, and we'll left and to the right of that building, start flying right over the top of it. Oh no, they lost it. Okay, they lost our shot for a second. We are pretty far down to the southeast, so our shot might be going in and out, but I'll try to maintain some altitude to make sure that our shot stays up. I know a lot of you visit the Artesian down here, the hotel. It doesn't look like it sustained any damage, but one block over, a number of the buildings are damaged. So it just kind of gives you an idea of what a tornado can do as it just picks and chooses as it makes its way through an area. There are areas down on Main Street where cars are just kind of piled up. There are buildings with, I think that's one of the buildings. I think that's one of the buildings that, who did we have on the ground down there? Andy, yeah, Andy's down on the ground. an area over by the school where there's a school bus that's flipped over. You can just keep looking around because there's a lot to look at. You know, north and south, or east and west of town, east and west of Main Street in Sulfur, at about a mile in either direction. A lot of those homes are untouched, but right here, right down the middle of downtown Sulfur, the majority of the buildings are damaged or destroyed. And I know our crews on the ground are working to get more information. Again, we do have confirmation of at least 2 fatalities. The park down here, Sulfur Springs, right underneath us, it's flooded. Got a lot of water moving through there, a lot of tree damage. So I know a lot of you have used that for camping and bringing your families. So a lot of the park is damaged. Not all of it, but a good part of it is damaged. We can get a good shot of that. If you come to the left, Francisco, bring it around to, just keep coming left. Your other left. Okay, down, straight down, right there. See all the tree damage and the water. Go to the river and just see how there's a road that goes, it's a water crossing. If you come down to the right, come straight down. No. Yeah, right there. So that's a road actually that crosses. It's a low water crossing, but the water is definitely moving across it a little bit faster because of all the rain that came through here. But a lot of these old trees have just been completely torn down and broken. This is difficult to see if you've ever traveled. Every time I just kind of look up and get just a wide view of the damage path, it's just brings back memories of a lot of tornadoes that we've covered from Sky 5. So we are now live in a squeeze back, live in a second picture on the show, like on air on TV. So we're showing the damage here live to everybody. So those of you on Facebook Live, those of you on the KOCO mobile app, we are bringing you live coverage on every media that you have, whether it be on your phone. I'm gonna go back up to the northwest. I'm just gonna kind of travel the damage path as Francisco just kind of surveys with the camera. Keep down to the left. Just follow the damage path. There you go. Keep coming to the left. You can put it off the nose again to that remember the one house on the hill. So we've got, golly, there's some down power lines. If you want to get those down to the right, these are some of those large power lines, and you can see those power poles just broken in half and power lines down. So I don't know. I'm assuming that there's a lot of power outage here in the Sulfur area. There would have to be, with the number of down power lines that there are and the amount of damage in downtown. But that's just an idea of what the power lines will look like. There's a structure right underneath us. There's a large home that doesn't look like it sustained any damage, but I can't tell if that's a home or It looks like it might have been a house, but it had a boat in it. It was probably a garage, but we'll take a look at that here in a second. Down to the left, right there. So there's the house. There is what we believe is like a storage or a barn of some sort. Had a boat in it. That boat is, oh man, it looks like it's going to be destroyed. But so as far as the main structures, this is kind of it's not even the far northwest end of the damage path. It goes further on for a couple of miles to the northwest, but I just want to fly this damage path into downtown. So you can kind of see downtown in the top of your shot, and you can see that. So that where it's the trees look like a darker shade. That's because they're all broken right there from the bottom of your screen to the top of your screen. There's nothing but damage, and now we're just going to fly that damage path all the way into downtown, so you can get an idea of. And I guess this is going in reverse. So this is going from where the tornado ended to where it started. And as we fly along, you're seeing debris in the trees. This is where we start to see a number of structures that were damaged or destroyed. And we continue to fly southwestbound into Sulfur, Oklahoma. And this is where you're going to start to see the devastation here in downtown. And it just takes your breath away to see this much destruction from a storm, something that we've experienced all too many times in Oklahoma. This is, one of the most dangerous types of storms, because this one happened when it was dark. It happened after sunset, late at night. A lot of people go to bed and then are awakened by the sirens that are going off, the emergency sirens that are going off that are alerting everyone to severe weather or in tornadoes headed to their area. But work crews are on the ground. They are working to get debris out of the streets. They're working to clear debris away from some of the buildings, and they're working to restore power in the town. So I guarantee you, with the Oklahoma Standard in effect, we're seeing first responders, we're seeing work crews grabbing their equipment and going to work on trying to, it's not even a recovery process now. It's just clearing of a path in order to get those emergency vehicles in here so that they can do their work, so that they can get the power restored. But you can see business owners, homeowners, friends, family, co-workers, everybody pulling together to try to begin the cleanup. Right now it is a daunting task. They don't even know where to begin other than to just move stuff out of the street. You see roofs from buildings right there on the top of your shot, just right over the road, and that's going to take some time, and that's going to take some large equipment like you see there on the top of your screen to move a lot of that stuff out of there. I know one of these was a sports bar. It looks like we have some fire crews down there. I know that there was a search and rescue underway, and this might be what we're seeing right here, because there was a search and rescue for somebody who was missing in one of the businesses. And when you see them like gently moving things out of the way, that is that's hard to see. Especially, we've got fire crews on the ground, and they are meticulously pulling debris away from that building. I'm not sure exactly what that building was, but I'm going to try to find out. I know a lot of you probably know, and you're probably putting it in the comments. I'm not able to read those. That was a sports lounge, Raina's Sports Lounge. And there's a pharmacy in there as well, but it looks like they're working on what would have been a sports lounge. And if there was somebody in there late at night, trying to look for that individual. I know like I said, our reporter on the ground said that there was a search and rescue underway. Fire department all over the town of Sulfur, as the cleanup only is just beginning. I know a lot of the streets into Sulfur are closed, while and only like essential personnel are allowed to get into downtown Sulfur. There are neighbors, homeowners all over on the side streets, like Francisco's showing you here, that have been working to clear by hand, clear a lot of that debris out of the streets just so vehicles can get through. But that's what it takes, and that's what we've seen in storms like this. Let's see, Francisco, I want you to look at some huge established trees that have been there for decades just toppled over. But there's a great shot of neighbors helping neighbors, trying to make sense, trying to just find trying to clear a path using all the tools that they have to their disposal. The way. Yeah, our shot keeps glitching a little bit, and apologize for that. There's just a couple of areas here. We are trying to see how far away we are from downtown. We are about 70 miles from Oklahoma City, and so we lose our signal every once in a while, but still bringing you some great, I don't want to say great, some gut-wrenching shots here from Sky 5. So if your hearts don't go out to the people here in Sulfur, it should. This is, fortunately there wasn't as many injuries as there possibly could have been had they not been warned early enough. We had Damon Lane and all of our crews were on these storms from early yesterday morning until late last night, when they moved through and completely passed through our viewing area and through the state. There were as many as at least 20 reported tornadoes, 20 confirmed tornadoes in the state. That's just in our viewing area. That doesn't include the eastern part of the state, up near Tulsa and all the eastern side of Oklahoma. That's just our viewing area. So there were definitely more than that. So that's a significant event. 20 tornadoes, and this is the damage that they left behind. At least one of those making its way through the center of downtown Sulfur, Oklahoma, leaving in its wake some devastation. And some of the storms, we know of it, 2 confirmed fatalities due to the storms yesterday and last night. And we know that we believe that there's a search and rescue underway near one of the sports bars, or in one of the sports bars that was completely destroyed. There are work crews trying to clear debris off of roads, trying to clear debris off of streets. OG&E is in full effect here in the Sulfur area, trying to restore some of the power. I don't know where you're looking, Francisco, but if you come down to the right, are you looking out in front of us? Yeah, keep coming around to the right till you see school buses right there. You can see one of those school buses on its side. Is that a power? What's underneath it? A power pole or something? Anyway, one of the school buses there. You know, that's just a small indication of what these extreme winds can do from a tornado that make its way through a town or through any area. That's a heavy vehicle, but it was no match for the winds that came through here. I keep coming back over to that area where that we believe an active search and rescue is underway as they continue to peel back the debris, clearly looking for something or someone. I know we have reporters on the ground. I was going to see if we can get some more information from the station about what they might be looking for down here. I know one of our reporters was I think it was Andy Weber, was talking about how there was an active search and rescue, and if that's true, that might be what we're seeing down here. We'll kind of get the camera back on it. It's to the top right. There you go, right in the center. Bottom right. Yeah, right there, right in the middle. So there were fire crews, some firemen, and that large front end loader that has been moving debris out of the way. You can see the firefighters on that rooftop that has been blown onto the road, and they're kind of working to help direct that front end loader to systematically and gently remove debris. And you know, it's I think that might even be the bar there in the bottom left of your shot. But this was a popular place for you know, a lot of tourists, a lot of people that in town, that they would come here and hang out. But now a total loss. There's you know, they're going to have to completely rebuild, just like many of the other businesses here in the Sulfur area. It's hard to see. I brought we had a Father's Day trip not too long ago, and we came down here to the Sulfur area, went down to Lake Murray and got a boat, and then came up here and spent some time in the Sulfur area. And it didn't look like this. So there's the sign to Raina Sports Lounge. That is really the only thing that's left standing. Business was the sign. Leaves you speechless at times, but man. I want to I don't really want to leave downtown. This is you know, I'm looking further out to the outskirts, the areas that are flanking the main damage, the main path of the storm. And there is some damage from some strong winds. You know, it looks just like strong wind damage. But the strongest, biggest of trees in this area along the path did not stand a chance. We've seen many trees that have strong established roots just uprooted, and homes that are just completely destroyed, sitting next to homes that are seemingly untouched. And that is what's just so hard to see, how your house may not have sustained any damage, but your neighbor's house is completely leveled. And that's the nature of these kinds of storms, and you can see that right here in our shot that Francisco's bringing you from Sky 5. Right now, Sky 5 is the only helicopter over the town of Sulfur, bringing you these live shots of the damage path as this storm made its way through Sulfur. I'm gonna Francisco, that's a good idea. Well, let's go up and to the right. I'm just gonna kind of go up and show everyone again, because I know a lot of you are just joining us on Facebook Live or on the KOCO mobile app. I'm just gonna follow this damage path. It's off to the left, so you got that house and that structure that's damaged. And up ahead, I'm still seeing more damage, like broken trees. You can kind of see the path right through here. Right in the center of your shot, there's a down power line. And then as we continue forward, there's a number of broken trees, some flooding. And I just want to see if we can kind of get an idea of where exactly the damage path ends. As we make our way up a little bit further, in the top of your shot, Francisco's almost there. You'll see work crews there either trying to sustain or return power to the area, or they're trying to clear trees off of that path so that homeowners can get back into, to where their house is. Work crews trying to put power poles up, I think, because there are some down power lines right in there. Now up ahead, there are some windmills, and it's interesting to see how well those windmills are able to make it through the storm and withstand all of those high winds. I don't know if you, where are you? Come around to the right and look at this pond down here. To the right, keep coming right, keep coming right. Yeah, that bigger pond, there you go. You can see how much water's in that pond. That pond is not usually that big. I had to turn my defogger on because we were starting to fog up a little bit. But you can see all those trees in the water. They're usually out of the water, of course. And up ahead here, again, this is a few miles to the northwest of, northeast of downtown Sulfur, and we're seeing more damage out here. So we are, let me see how far we are from, we are about 3 to 4 miles northeast of downtown Sulfur, and still seeing more damage. Again, this is towards the end, or the ending of the storm path. I'm looking up ahead, still seeing some tree damage. Might see some more structures that are damaged in this area, but a lot of debris scattered through here. As we continue to make our way, you can see we're dealing with some low clouds, which is normal after a storm like this. But as we follow this creek line, like Francisco's doing, you can see a number of broken trees. I think there's another damaged structure up here ahead. So, it was a strong storm making its way through downtown Sulfur, and it continued to cause some damage as we make our way up to the northeast. We are now approaching about 5 miles from town, and here's another structure that sustained some significant damage out here, and some flooding in that pond that you see there to the left. But this is another home, looks like, that has some damage, and then just a quarter of a mile away, another home that didn't receive any damage at all. But it looks like there's some down power lines right there. If you come down a little bit, Francisco, right by the road, some down power lines right there, and there's I believe it might be an OG&E crew up ahead, and it's one of those crews that work to kind of survey the damage and then tell the work crews where to go. This might be, if I'm looking off further up to the northeast, this could be the end. Looks like it's possibly the end of the path. This might be the last structure that was affected, the last home that was affected, just to the right that we were looking at. Francisco was showing you that orange vehicle there. That's that one of the OG&E vehicles that goes out to survey the damage. This might be the last structure that was damaged along the path. Our shot is still good, so that's awesome. If you come to the right, you can see how much water is being released from this this lake right here. You see it right below the dam, Francisco, right there in the top middle of your shot. That's a lot of water coming out of that, coming out of the, you know, the bottom of that dam, and that's got to go somewhere. So it's going into the creeks, going into some of that drainage and making its way towards Sulfur. But that's a lot of water. So I'm going to fly back down the damage path. So again, I believe that this may be the end of the damage path. And as we look up ahead, Francisco's kind of showing you the long path all the way back into Sulfur after these storms move through here. Now I'm just kind of flying back down the path. That structure didn't look like they sustained any damage, but then you come over to the left right there. That structure was completely destroyed. But like I said, I can look up ahead, straight up ahead, and I can see the damage path. I can see where the tornado came through. I know it's difficult to see from our shot, maybe difficult to see from our, you know, our camera angle if we look up ahead, but that structure is destroyed. And then from here all the way to downtown Sulfur, which is about 3 miles away, it's at least a 5-mile path. So we're looking at a pond that's got some flooding in it. Like I said, you know, that water had to go somewhere. It's going to fill up some of these ponds, some of these creeks. I'm just kind of fly along the path and kind of let Francisco give you some of these shots. I'm just going to keep it right off the nose. So you can see Sulfur there in the very top middle of your shot, and you can see the path. From here all the way to the top middle of your screen, that is all damage. It's just the tornado path that went through Sulfur. So I'm also working to get some more information on the numbers for the storms in the state. And Francisco and I mean, we were worn out last night, but we're back up at it again this morning, bringing you the views of the aftermath of what happened last night. Sky 5 was up over the storms longer than anybody yesterday, as we started early yesterday morning and continued to follow storms until sunset last night. I continue to look underneath me and see more and more things that like overturned horse trailers and cars that are just that were just tossed around like they were toys. But now we're starting to get into Sulfur proper, right into downtown, and this is where the most extensive destroyed, to include one that we believe might be the site of a active search and rescue, as it's in the top top left or left middle of your shot, you'll see if Francisco comes to the left just a little bit more. Right there in the middle, crews are working to clear debris out of the way. You can see firefighters and first responders on that rooftop there in the bottom. That there is a search and rescue ongoing here in Sulfur, so that is what we golly, that truck was, yeah, and the windshield, so something hit it. Debris, I'm sure, you know, hit it. And golly, there's so much to see. Our shot's still hot, both online and on a squeeze back. There's so many people all around Sulfur, homeowners, business owners, friends, family, co-workers, everyone just you know, doing their share to help begin the cleanup here. First responders on the scene: Oklahoma Highway Patrol, Sulfur Police Department, Sulfur Fire Department, and I'm sure a number of agencies from outlying areas also converging on Sulfur and other towns. Sulfur's not the only town that took some damage. Marietta also got some damage. Holdenville, Norman, Ardmore, but as far as the significant damage, it's right here in Sulfur. The most extensive that we've seen is right here in downtown Sulfur, as it took a direct hit and this tornado went right down the middle of downtown. That's clearly like an auto shop. Golly, I get for a loss of words when I'm flying over areas where I've been, you know, where I've taken my family, where we've visited, and it's just so much damage and so much devastation. And I know the people of Sulfur are it's going to be a while before they're able to completely recover from this, if ever. Because this has been many of these residents' livelihoods for years, and a lot of these businesses have been here for years, and they've relied on the tourists that come into Sulfur. And with this much destruction, it's definitely something that will affect the people of Sulfur for a long time to come. So Francisco and I have been up for, so we were up for almost 8 hours yesterday. We've been up for 2 hours this morning. We brought you the storms yesterday, bringing you the storm damage this morning. And right now, Sky 5, the only helicopter that's been over Sulfur for the past hour, bringing you these live shots, these live views of the damage here in the southeastern part of Oklahoma, really just kind of south, straight down I-35. Man. A lot of families affected here. It's going to be some time, weeks, before we get the accurate numbers of how many homes were damaged or destroyed, how many businesses were damaged or destroyed. It seems unfair at times when you see homes right next to each other, one completely gone and one that looks like that just didn't get touched at all from the storm. And when you're seeing vehicles like this tossed around, and this is one of them. As we've been flying around, Francisco and I have seen a number of cars that have just been tossed around like they were toys. A bus that was flipped over. There were some vehicles in one. Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking at. Some vehicles there that are on their side. That one looks like it rolled a couple of times, and but what you can either you can abide by the Oklahoma standard and see what you can do to help out the people here. There are a number of towns and homes and businesses that were damaged last night due to these storms, and I'm sure there's going to be a number of like GoFundMe accounts or funds that you can donate to, either donate money, donate your time, donate food, clothing, whatever it takes, because there's a number of families here that lost a lot, not just in Sulfur, but like I said, in some other of the towns around Oklahoma. We were tracking storms from far west Oklahoma, really all over our viewing area. We were tracking storms last night. The park here in Sulfur, it took a number of its trees are damaged. The main portion of the park right there on the south of the main road that goes into Sulfur, it's got a lot of damage. We might be able to get a shot of that here if Francisco, right to the right, just to the right, so almost underneath us. So down to the right, just cross the road. There you go, right there. To the right some more. I know a lot of you are familiar with this, may not recognize it. Go to the left. That's the park. It's hard to tell, but that's the park right there, where a number of people have come and had picnics and done some camping, and the majority of the trees right there in that park are either damaged or completely blown over. But it's nothing compared to the damage that we're seeing. That's one of the the bathrooms that they have right there in the park. But this is nothing compared to the damage that we're seeing in downtown Sulfur. Not really sure where the southern or southwesternmost part of the path starts. I might fly down that way just to see. And the search and rescue is still underway with there at Arena Sports Bar, and we got confirmation that there was a search and rescue there. At least 20 confirmed tornadoes, a number of people that had to seek the aid of the Red Cross. Let's see if we can get another view. Right there, Francisco, is where the search and rescue is. Right there on that corner, right in the center of your shot. Still working to peel away. Top middle, come up. Come up, there you go, right there. Top left, there you go. You can see the firefighters there on the roof. You can see that large equipment trying to move stuff out of the way. And the search and rescue is for what they believe is one individual that is unaccounted for, that they believe was in and around these businesses or these structures last night as the storms moved through. Some cars with some damage. Man, you know what? Hope for the best. I'm going to continue flying southwestbound just to see if I can see where this storm started. Doesn't look like it was too far away. It looks like it's just right up here by the lake. I know there's a news conference that's going to start here in a little bit. There are 2 fatalities that were reported in the Holdenville area. No details on fatalities here in Sulfur. One of those fatalities in Holdenville was an infant, but we're getting ready to start a news conference here. So if our feed drops, that's the reason they're going to start a news conference. So this is, I'll keep talking until that happens, but this is, I believe, where the damage started, right here at the lake. Seeing a little bit of tree damage right down here. A lot of water being released off of the dam there at the top of the lake that you can see. This lake, I've done some swimming in this lake. I brought my kids to this lake. We've jumped off the rocks there into the water. And this is where the damage starts. This is where I believe the tornado touched down. This one tornado, one of at least 20 in the state, and you can see an idea. This spillway over here doesn't usually have this much water draining off of it, if any. It doesn't have any at all, but water is being released. Really pretty dry. Looks like our shot dropped.
Good morning.
All right, it's back. That's usually dry, but there's a lot of water being released right now. And man, there was a lot of rain. It's like, when I said that a lot of that water has to go somewhere, a lot of it goes right here. It fills the lake up, and then it has to be released further downstream into another stream. But this lake, I know a lot of you are familiar with where this is. This is Veterans Lake, and I've spent quite a bit of time on Veterans Lake. And if you ever look at Veterans Lake on the map, you can see how dry that spillway usually is. And right now it's not. It's being utilized. So we're going to make our way back into downtown because we believe this is where the damage started. We believe this is where the tornado first touched down and then made its way into downtown. I don't know where you're looking straight. Yeah. Okay. And then we start.
Thank you for watching America's Weather Streaming Channel. We'll head back to our.
And as we make our way closer, you start to see the structures that are damaged, vehicles that were toppled, trees that were knocked down as we fly into Sulfur. Flying over the park here in Sulfur as we cross Broadway into downtown Sulfur. This is where the devastation really takes your breath away. I don't know that it could have gone more down the middle of town. It hit it like a bullseye, and now you're kind of looking at where most of the homes are, and how top left and bottom right, or bottom left and top right, not seeing hardly any damage, but right down the middle, you're seeing quite a bit. And some of the outlying homes may have received a little bit of roof damage. You know, I'm seeing some homes that just have some shingles pulled back, some fences that were blown down, but then other homes that you're seeing right here that are going to be a complete and total loss. And homeowners and friends, neighbors working to help to get a lot of this stuff cleaned up. You see a boat flipped over. I mean, those are pretty light. Those don't really stand a chance unless they're tied down. But you see homes that also didn't stand a chance as the winds from the tornado just completely ripped the roof apart. And it's good to see the American flag still waving right there. It looks like they may have planted that in the yard just to, might be a veteran right there that is just using that as some hope. But it's hard to see, you know, residences working, the homeowners here going through what's left of their home that they've spent so many years in, trying to find those mementos, trying to find those things that are near and dear to them, looking through photo albums, maybe finding the family Bible, and that'll give them some hope as they continue the cleanup. Fortunately, there was no loss of life here in Sulfur, and we hate to say that can't be said for our friends and families in the Holdenville area who did have at least 2 fatalities. Now, I need to say that there is still an ongoing search and rescue for one individual here in Sulfur. We have first responders, firefighters, and work crews working to try to find that individual. We'll get one last shot before we have to head out. We do have to go get some fuel. If you go back up to the right, Francisco, and find Reina's Sports Bar, there it is, top right in the middle. To the left a little bit more, you see to the left, top left. Yeah, there it is right there. You can see they still have that large machine bottom left right there. Still trying to peel away a lot of the debris to try to find who they're looking for. We believe that there's one individual that's unaccounted for, that they believe was here at the sports bar when the tornado went through last night. I know we're out of a squeeze bag now, so we're gonna make our way to the Holdenville area. We're gonna have to go get some fuel first, and then we'll head towards Holdenville. But I'm gonna find out if they want me to go ahead and sign off. Were they talking to us? All right, so we're going to be leaving the Sulfur area. So thoughts and prayers, definitely you can send those to the people here in the Sulfur area. We're going to make our way up to Holdenville, where we know we have at least 2 fatalities up there and some more storm damage. So stick with us once we get to Holdenville. We're also going to have a press conference. We'll carry that live on air whenever that happens here in the Sulfur area. But otherwise, we're going to go get some fuel and head to Holdenville, and we'll be back up with you on Facebook Live or the KOCO mobile app whenever we get up there. into downtown Sulfur. This part, and it's good to see the American into downtown Sulfur. This is where the devastation really takes your breath away. I don't know that it could have gone more down the middle of town. Or that it hit it like a bullseye, and now you're kind of looking at where most of the homes are, and how top left and bottom right, or bottom left and top right, not seeing hardly any damage, but right down the middle, you're seeing quite a bit. And some of the outlying homes may have received a little bit of roof damage. You know, I'm seeing some. Into downtown Sulfur. Into downtown Sulfur. This is where the devastation really takes your breath away. I don't know that it could have gone more down the middle of town, or that it hit it like a bullseye, and now you're kind of looking at where most of the homes are, and how top left and bottom right, or bottom left and top right, not seeing hardly any damage, but right down the middle, you're seeing quite a bit. And some of the outlying homes may have received a little bit of roof damage. You know, I'm seeing some homes that just have some shingles pulled back, some fences that were blown down, but then other homes that you're seeing right here that are going to be a complete and total loss. And homeowners and friends, neighbors working to help to get a lot of this stuff cleaned up. You see a boat flipped over. I mean, those are pretty light. Those don't really stand a chance unless they're tied down. But you see homes that also didn't stand a chance as the winds from the tornado just completely ripped the roof apart. And it's good to see the American flag still waving right there. It looks like they may have planted that in the yard. Just might be a veteran right there that is just using that as some hope. But it's hard to see, you know, residences working, the homeowners here going through what's left of their home that they've spent so many years in, trying to find those mementos, trying to find those things that are near and dear to them, looking through photo albums, maybe finding the family Bible, and that'll give them some hope as they continue the cleanup. Fortunately, there was no loss of life here in Sulfur, and we hate to say that can't be said for our friends and families in the Holdenville area, who did have at least 2 fatalities. Now, I need to say that there is still an ongoing search and rescue for one individual here in Sulfur. We have first responders, firefighters, and work crews working to try to find that individual. We'll get one last shot before we have to head out. We do have to go get some fuel. If you go back up to the right, Francisco, and find Reina's Sports Bar, there it is, top right in the middle. To the left a little bit more, you see to the left, top left. Yeah, there it is right there. You can see they still have that large machine bottom left right there. Still trying to peel away a lot of the debris to try to find who they're looking for. We believe that there's one individual that's unaccounted for, that they believe was here at the sports bar when the tornado went through last night. I know we're out of a squeeze bag now, so we're gonna make our way to the Holdenville area. We're gonna have to go get some fuel first, and then we'll head towards Holdenville. But I'm gonna find out if they want me to go ahead and sign off. Are they talking to us? Up the path. And it looks like there might be some, just to the left of that pond, look like there might be some debris in a tree. All right, so we're going to be leaving the Sulfur area. So thoughts and prayers, definitely. You can send those to the people here. You see that? In the Sulfur area. We're going to make our way up to Holdenville, where we know we have at least 2 fatalities up there and some more storm damage. So stick with us once we get to Holdenville. We're also going to have a press conference. We'll carry that live on air whenever that happens here in the Sulfur area. But otherwise, we're going to go get some fuel and head to Holdenville, and we'll be back up with you on Facebook Live or the KOCO mobile app whenever we get up there. Looks like there's some damage there to that house. Into downtown Sulfur. This is where the devastation really takes your breath away. Debris out in this field. There's one of those circular sprinkler systems that many ranchers and farmers use to irrigate their crops. If you look out the left side of I don't know that it could have gone more down the middle of town. That's right off. It hit it like a bullseye, and talking about around to, you can go right, probably or left. It's going to have to go 180 degrees all the way around. In that field, out to our left, down to the left a little bit more. There's the circular path. You can see that, but that sprinkler system's kind of all mangled up now as those winds blew through there and kind of damaged that. Probably destroyed it. They may be able to salvage some of it. I don't really know if they can. Hopefully they can, but it looks like that's going to have to be replaced. But strong winds moved through the area here in Holdenville, and we can confirm that there were 2 fatalities here in Holdenville. We don't exactly know where the fatalities happened, but there were 2 that we know of. I'm looking out my right door at a facility over here. I don't know if it's, you know, chickens, pigs, one of those 2. If you go to the right a little bit more, we get in that pond right there. There's some silos that look like that that the wind blew from the facility over into the water. And a little bit of damage to some of the buildings down here. Nothing too extensive though. And I don't know how old those little silos are, but a little bit of debris off there in the field, like Francisco's showing you. Don't know where that came from. Don't know if it was from a building or and there's a number of silos that are on their side. So I don't know if they are new ones and they just haven't put them up yet, or if the wind actually blew them over. So a couple of them clearly got blown into the pond back there that we were talking about. But that building right there looks like a new construction. But if we come down to the right, you'll see some of the buildings that have been there for a while. Looks like they've got some damage. There's 3 right there, and the one in the middle clearly has some damage to that west side of it. And so now I want to make our way over to where we saw at least a couple of homes that they look like mobile homes that were just picked up and thrown for a few, a couple hundred feet, and then just destroyed on the ground as that storm moved through. So we're starting to get into, I'm trying to see where your camera's looking. Off to the right is where that debris is. You can see that zoomed out picture that you see right there is just full of debris from at least 2 trailer homes that we see that were right here. And Francisco and I were looking around earlier. We were able to find framework for what appears to be 3 homes, but right now we're just seeing like where 2 homes would have been. There's a couple of pads down there, that one right there, and we believe that and there's a boat flipped over just to the right of that pad, and then up and to the right there are a few people that have been sifting through some of the rubble right there. If you go right a little bit more, I don't know if they're still out there. It looks like they've left. But there were a couple of individuals that were kind of going through all of that debris. Now, if we follow that debris field to the left and cross the road, you're going to see another location where it looks like there was a home right there. And from here it looks like, since there's not a whole lot of debris from where the site was, or the pad for that house was, to the right to where the debris starts, it looks like it picked it up and carried it a couple hundred feet and then dropped it again. And when I tell you that it doesn't look like it used to be a home, it just looks like a pile of debris. And you can see exactly what I'm talking about there in the bottom of your screen, the pad where some power lines, because what used to be their home site, and now it's just a bunch of debris. You can see all the debris there in the driveway. It probably had a shed there. But then as we pan to the left, it crossed over the road, grabbed some power lines. I don't know if you can see the power lines down there on the ground. If I'm looking down with the, just visually, I can see a line draped across the field. But that is the debris from the house that's just to the south, just about 100 yards maybe. And there's a lot of, personal items in that pile of debris, and they're so close to each other. They probably either knew each other or were related. Out here in the, again, this is northwest Holdenville. So the town of Holdenville, we flew over that. It didn't look like there was any damage there. Let's go over to the road, Francisco. There's an ambulance down there with a couple of cars. So come to the left, up and to the left, keep going left, right there. So we saw an ambulance earlier, and they were trying to get to a location, and so we're trying to figure out why they were trying to. The reason they couldn't get down the road to here is there's a large tree that was blown down over the road. You can see that right there in the center of your shot. They haven't cleared that yet, so the road is impassable, or it was impassable for the ambulance at least. You can see it looks like a number of vehicles have gone around that tree. That's going to have to be cleared before most vehicles can get through here. There is some damage, not to a home, but to like a barn and a shed or an outbuilding of some sort just down the road that Francisco's making his way to right there. And, it looks like that last house that you were over, once you get finished getting video of that, I want you to go back to that last house you were over. Golly. Now, did it look like anybody was living in that, or was it just like a garage? So this house right here, yeah, zoom into that. You can see that John Deere tractor there on the left, kind of sitting on a concrete pad. That, I think, was in a shed or in a building, and that building is in the trees. If you go straight left from there, just straight left to the tree line, right there. See I think that's the building that was in, and it just got picked up and tossed into the trees. So we're starting to see, a lot more damage here. We made our way straight to the town of Holdenville, thinking that the damage was going to be in Holdenville downtown, and it wasn't. Nothing at all like we saw in Sulfur earlier this morning, where it took a direct line through downtown Sulfur. We're not seeing that here in Holdenville. We're seeing it on the outlying areas to the northwest of Holdenville. But unfortunately, here in Holdenville, we do have confirmation of 2 fatalities due to the storms last night. One of those being an infant. So we're definitely thinking about those the family, friends, neighbors, everybody that knew those individuals that lost their lives last night. Go ahead. Okay. All right, they're going to put us in a squeeze back, which means that we're going to be live on air on TV, just in like a separate picture, and so we're on that now. So we're in a squeeze back now, Francisco. Okay. Since we're in a squeeze back on TV, those of you that have joined us on on Facebook Live or the KOCO mobile app, we're going to go back over what we've already seen. Here's again, this is debris from one of at least 2 trailers or 2 homes that were completely destroyed in this area. The darker items that you see there, the darker structures, those are what we believe the framework for the trailer. There's another trailer down there that looks like it had maybe an off-road vehicle on, and we saw some people earlier digging through that rubble. That site, we believe, is right there at the end of that driveway. You can see as Francisco zooms in on that. Hey man, I got you on scope. I'm looking for you though. No, I'm over Holdenville. So again, this is northwest Holdenville. Northwest Holdenville, and this is the area where we had confirmation of 2 fatalities in the Holdenville area. There are no fatalities yet in the Sulfur area. However, there was one individual that was unaccounted for, and I got you in sight now. And they were in an active search and rescue in downtown Sulfur. If you've been to Sulfur and you spent much time there, there was a sports bar, a little restaurant there called Raina Sports Bar, and it was decimated last night. And they believe that there was still one individual in that structure whenever the storm went through, and they have been actively searching for that person, peeling away a lot of the structure and the debris, trying to get to see if they could find that individual. Again, they were just unaccounted for. There's some more damage. Yeah, there's a home down here that's got some damage. It's more tree damage than it is damage to the house, but it's like right underneath us, Francisco. If you come to the, well, you're doing great. Just keep coming around, all the way around. Okay, stop. Come down to the right. To the right. That house right there. You can see a lot of tree damage around that structure, around that home. Looks like some roof damage to that building right there, but the main damage here is mostly the little bit of roof damage. You can see some shingles torn off, but all of their trees around the property looks like they had some damage there. They were very fortunate. That wind strong enough to do that to those large trees is the same strong winds that destroyed these other 2 homes less than a quarter of a mile to the east, right there. You can see how close those 2 structures were. But same strong winds right here in this area. Now, there's also some railroad tracks down here. I don't think they're active railroad tracks. It doesn't look like they've been used for a few years, but there's a lot of debris on those tracks. You can see it down at the bottom left of your shot. Still an ambulance and some trucks over there on that road. Don't know why the ambulance is there. Still trying to figure that out. And there are still some work vehicles at that one house where the ambulance is close to. So I don't exactly know what's going on there, but we're trying to get more information. We do know, and we have confirmation of 2 fatalities here in the Holdenville area, so that's heartbreaking. We know that one of those fatalities is an infant that unfortunately was lost in last night's storms. Francisco just giving you some views of the worst damage here in the Holdenville area. We kind of flew a longer path along where we believe it started and where it ended, and we think that this is the worst of it. I'm actually gonna just fly a little bit further to the southwest just to make sure that we were able to cover the beginning and the ending of this storm track. But to see giant trees that we're seeing that have been blown down. If you come straight down from there, Francisco, to that creek, to the left, down to the left, just follow that creek. You can see all the down, right there. See all the trees that are blown down along the creek to the right, right there. All those, pretty much all those trees are damaged or blown over along that creek. Those are some strong winds to do that to those big established trees like that. And I'm seeing, there's a whole line of down power lines. If you come straight left, Francisco, just straight left, right down in there, yeah, right along there. It's hard to see, but if you zoom in, you'll see the power lines. Yep, and then if you keep coming down, you'll see the power poles. Yeah, just snapped. Look at those. Those were just snapped in half. So those power lines right there are on the ground. They are not in the air. They're on the ground. Those power poles are down right now. I'm going to continue. I'm seeing, so there's looks like I don't know what the prison is here in Holdenville. I'm going to try to get that because it looks like it may have started just either at the prison or just past the prison. That is the Allen Gamble Correctional Center that you see in the top left of your shot. And so I'm going to slowly make my way over there just to see if there's any damage in that area. There is some damage to, when you passed over it, you kind of went up to the correctional facility. There was a business, looks like a salvage yard maybe, that has some damage to one of the roofs there. Yeah, there you go. They've got some damage there to one of the roofs. I don't see any damage to the correctional facility, so that's good. But you see, yeah, the guys kind of observing that roof damage there, and they're waving at us. Those aren't our people. But yeah, there's damage there. The damage to the trees around the road right there. They're waving at us still. So we're seeing some damage to those buildings. Oh golly, yeah, that roof got ripped up pretty good. I'm kind of looking at stuff that Francisco's not, but we're getting ready to cross over the. I believe this is where it started, because this is where I'm starting to see the tree damage. If you go straight left from there, Francisco, and cross the road, this is where the majority of the damage is observed. So starting right there, those broken trees, it looks like there's a structure, there may be right there on the road. Can you zoom into that right there? Something blue in there, I don't know what that is, but zoom into that right there. On the road, there you go. That just looked like, I don't want there to be a vehicle trapped down in there. That just looks like some debris in it. Because this is, again, this is all pretty fresh. We're talking about damage that happened late last night. So as we make our way down this trail of damage, we're finding down power lines, we're finding down trees, and Francisco's bringing the camera back around to the front as we follow the trail of damage, and it kind of goes out the left side. There you go, down there you go. You can see all those damaged trees there. We're kind of flying down the east side of that line of damage. Right now we're just seeing broken tree limbs, a lot of down trees, but as we continue to make our way to the northeast, that's where we start to get into some of the structures all full and overflowing. We have some flooding up to the north. It looks like they might have some of those roads closed up in that area, but we're gradually getting to a point right up here where there are some destroyed homes, and that's really difficult to see. But as Francisco continues to bring the camera to the right, down to the right there's the beginning of where we're seeing the majority of the destruction here in the Holdenville area. Sky 5 was the first helicopter up yesterday to bring you live shots of the storms that were moving through western Oklahoma, and we continued to cover those storms until the sunset last night, and until we, it wasn't effective for us to be covering storms anymore. That is one site where a home was last night until those storms came through. There's another site that we'll show you here when we cross the road and show you the debris. There's the beginning of the debris field. There's another site that was right there in the bottom middle, right in the middle of your shot. That's another site where a home was. And we believe that that one right there, again, was just like, if we do, let's just do a wide shot. I just want to, you can't get wide enough to not see debris. There's debris in that entire shot right there, to include down power lines, the framework for at least one of these trailers, personal belongings, walls, rooftops, all of that is scattered throughout this field. And you can't tell that these were even homes, but they were. There's two homes in this debris field right here, at least two homes. We also know that in this area, we don't know exactly where, we don't know if it was right here where these two homes were, but there are 2 confirmed fatalities. And that's hard to even think about, hard to wrap your head around, that there was loss of life in these storms. Now that's a boat frame. The boat, I believe, is, I don't know where where is that? Oh, yep. So that was a boat trailer, and there's probably where the boat is. If you're joining us now and you weren't with us earlier this morning when we were down in the Sulfur area, make sure that you stay tuned to KOCO5 News later this afternoon, this evening, because we're going to bring you, especially into the morning, tomorrow morning we'll be up again, but the damage in the Sulfur area is extensive. The tornado went right through the middle of downtown. So I don't say all, the majority of all those downtown buildings that you remember going to as a kid or you visited recently in the Sulfur area, they're either severely damaged or destroyed. And as of the time that we left about an hour and a half ago, there was still an active search and rescue underway in the town of Sulfur as they were searching for one individual that was not accounted for. And we were able to get video of them actively searching. There were firefighters on the scene and investigators with a large front end loader that was systematically and very carefully pulling debris away as they continued their search for that one individual. What we're showing you now is another structure that had the roof taken off. This is where the ambulance is close. It's just down the street, so we don't know if the ambulance is there because of what they're looking at here in this home or in this structure. But you can see some broken trees and roof completely gone, just exposing what looks like to be a garage, somebody's garage. And there are a number of vehicles in front of the house on the street, and those are probably, I don't know what, they're family, friends, but they clearly there to help with the cleanup process as it's just beginning. To the right on the street is is an ambulance and some other vehicles. I can't tell if they're like first responder vehicles or not, but they're kind of backed up to each other, so I'm trying to figure out what that is. Maybe Francisco can show you that here in just a second. We're also gathering video and gathering content for web, also for our shows this evening. There's the ambulance that we were talking about right there, backed up to that truck. Huh. Can't tell what they're doing there. They may just be on, on scene just in case. So we're just getting a great report that the Oklahoma Baptist Disaster Relief Group are headed to, they got activated and they're headed to Sulfur to help out in the Sulfur area. Those, that is a great organization. They do some great work with disaster relief, and they've been, utilized so many times in the past, and we've talked with them and seen them. But right now, the Oklahoma Baptist Disaster Relief responding to Sulfur and other tornado-impacted areas of the state. So that's good news. That's going to be some much needed help. They have all kinds of equipment they can use to do the beginning of a cleanup and offer assistance to anybody that needs it. And Sulfur, clearly, they definitely need it as they begin the cleanup in that area. So I might really quick just fly up to the northeast and show you some of the damage along that path. It's not as extensive as these two homes that we showed you just now, but there is some damage up through here, to include some it looks like some grain silos maybe, or some feed silos. There's one structure. Can you look at that right there? I can't tell if that's damage or just looks like there's some damage there. Yeah. That looks like it had a roof on it and just kind of flipped it over maybe. I'm trying to tell. Anyway, the wall's blown down, so clearly that's destroyed. And right underneath us, there's a facility. I can't exactly tell what the facility was, but once Francisco moves the camera straight down to the left, we'll be over that. I'm almost over the top of it. That makes it difficult for Francisco sometimes. But this is the one that has those, looks like grain silos, small grain silos those are laying over, and they may just be new and they haven't put them up yet, but the wind did take a couple of them and took them over and put them in a pond that's just to the left. If you go left from there, roger that. You can see those grain silos in the pond right there. So strong winds, and then the other thing I want to show you is there was some oil tanks. Where were those? Oh, those are over here. So okay. They're up, just straight up. Go straight up to the road and then follow the road to the left. Yeah, right there. You got them. All that dark. See the black in the grass? So there's some oil tanks that were right there, and they clearly had a lot of oil in them. And the tornado kind of toppled them over and then rolled them across the ground, and you can follow the path. So that's going to be a pretty significant environmental cleanup. As Francisco kind of zooms out, we can follow the path of where those tanks were, or where they were and where they ended up. So there's a couple of there's one by the road, there's another one off to the left, and then another one crossed the road and continued to roll to the left. You can see it as it paralleled the road there and then ended up in the trees right there where a lot of those damaged trees are. So with all that oil, hopefully it looked like it got into a creek. I hope it did. I mean, Does it look? Yeah, it looks like it made it into the creek. That's going to be, that could be a problem, because that that creek's moving. There's water in that creek, and it's going downstream. So go ahead. Roger. All right, so I think we've shown you pretty much the majority or all of the damage here in the Holdenville area. We have been cleared to return to base, and rest assured we're going to be back up tomorrow morning for traffic and for more than likely this damage again, just to bring you any updates that we have for the tornadoes and the storm damage that happened last night. But we're going to wrap it up here in Holdenville. Again, we just ask that you be thinking about the people here in the Holdenville area, Sulfur, and all the impacted areas from last night's storms. They're going to need some prayers. They're going to need some help. Probably going to need some financial assistance to get things slowly going back to normal as that cleanup begins today. We thank you for joining us. I want to end it on those structures out to the left, Francisco, if you can put it on those. Yeah, keep coming around. It's straight out the left door. There you go. So that's to the left some more. Yeah, right there. So that's the biggest debris field here in the Holdenville area. So just be thinking about these families, friends, neighbors as they begin the cleanup here and around the rest of the state. But on behalf of Francisco, my photojournalist in the back, I'm Chase Relich here in Sky 5. Just make sure you get those notifications set on your phone so you get the alerts whenever we have breaking news like this, and you'll be able to watch it live as we see it before it's on air. But thank you for joining us, and just be safe out there. Back.
Lyon County, RC-2621, there's a fireplace at the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast and we're
Lyon County, 22621 for Sulfur 1. There's a fireplace at the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
Yeah, we're about to. We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast, and Lori.
Dark indicated rotation there, and that is in effect until 6 p.m.
And that National Weather Service severe thunderstorm warning I was talking about for western Potawatomi County, southeast Harrison, southeast Washington County, and south Omaha.
Do not Line County, RC-261 over Sulfur 1. There's a fireplace at the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
Never forgot to. We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast, and Lori.
Indicated location there, and that is in effect until 6 p.m.
National Weather Service, severe thunderstorm warning I was talking about for western Potawatomi County, southeast Harrison, southeast Washington County, and south Omaha.
Lyon County 12261 over call 21. There's a fireplace at the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast and we're
2621 on 03 call 31. There's a fireplace with the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
News about something. We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast and we're
Lyon County, 22621 Sulfur 1. There's a fireplace with the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
Never forgot to. We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast, and Lord.
Indicated rotation there, and that is in effect until 6 p.m.
And National Weather Service, severe thunderstorm warning I was talking about for western Potawatomi County, southeast Harrison, southeast Washington County, and south Omaha.
Lyon County, 26210 through Sulfur 21. There's a fireplace with the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
Never got to. We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast and worried about.
Lyon County 1226103, call 51. There's a fireplace with the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
Never forgot to. We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast, and Lori got.
Lyon County, 22621 call 21. There's a fireplace with the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
Never got to. We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast, and we're
22621 over Sulfur 21. There's a fireplace with the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
Never forgot to. We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast and worried about.
Lyon County 1226103, call 31. There's a fireplace at the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
You ever got to, we were trying to get the U-boats in real fast and Lori got,
Dark indicated rotation there, and that is in effect until 6 p.m.
And National Weather Service, severe thunderstorm warning I was talking about for western Potawatomi County, southeast Harrison, southeast Washington County, and south Omaha.
Line County, RC 26103, call 21. There's a fireplace with the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
Never got to. We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast and worried about.
Indicated rotation there, and that is in effect until 6 p.m.
And that National Weather Service severe thunderstorm warning I was talking about for western Potawatomi County, southeast Harrison, southeast Washington County, and south Omaha.
261 over Sulfur 1. There's a fireplace with the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
Never forgot to. We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast and we're
There's a fireplace with the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
Yeah, we're about to. We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast, and we're.
C2621 over Sulfur 1. There's a fireplace with the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
Yeah, we're about to. We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast, and Lord.
fireplace of the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast and worried about
of the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
Yeah, we're about to. We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast, and we're.
at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
Yeah, we're about to. We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast, and we're about.
fireplace of the building demolished at 2653 Kennedy Avenue, 2653 Kennedy.
We were trying to get the U-boats in real fast and Lori